Why, hello there. Let me turn this on. It's very dark today because it's very cloudy out there. May or may not have some storms later. We'll see how things go. But for the moment, let's make sure we get everything adjusted. That seems alright. And you seem alright. You seem alright. Alright. Think we're okay. Get this going. And figure out what we're going to get into today. So we got this state stuff we're working on. Let me get this started here. We're going to need a database eventually, I'm sure, to run a test. Okay. And let's rock and roll with some of that. Where are we at here? So those are changed. Yep, that makes sense. Okay. So I was thinking about this a little bit more. Handle event makes sense, right? We need to handle the events coming at us here. But it's getting a little bit muddied by the things we need to send versus things that happen that we need to react to or you know, parse in some way, shape, or form. So I started thinking, like, maybe we do a create event. Maybe that needs to be a thing, right? Because any action we're initiating should be coming from within character. I do think I want them to run through the state machine, because that gives us options about what to do, what kind of things we can do, right? And, well, at least I think that I want that, right? The other thing is I started thinking about, okay, so conditions and things like that, which may or may not have a bearing on what you can or can't do, right? The thing is that it's going to be very hard. It would be very hard to try to encode a state in a file. So it pretty much has to be code, right? So how does that fit in with our current state? Or not state, but conditions and stuff, right? So I started thinking about that a little bit. And I think it still fits. I think both systems solve different parts of the problem. I think a state needs to be, like, if it cares about a condition or if it applies a condition, that's fine. And that's just got to be in code. Because I don't know, like, it would be really difficult to try to assemble a state from a file. So it can't be a config file. You know, that's always the... You know, I'm trying to make this thing as flexible as possible, but at some point you just have to write code if you want to change a thing, you know, which is fine. But it just makes it harder to change on the fly, which is probably still fine too, right? Like, you gotta take her down sometime to do some stuff. But I was starting to think about, what if we don't do handle event, but we do, do action or something? In for the sake of making it easier to differentiate, if we were to do that, then things like this, I mean, this would actually be the same, because it's more of like a getter. A skill check is kind of more of a getter too. Look at apply damage. Apply damage is an action that's taken on us, though, right? So that's where things are getting muddy in my head. Because and maybe we just have, maybe we just have functions on the character that initiate events. Maybe that's still fine. But like right now, we got rid of like the do look and all that, right? And it's running through handle event right now. We could do something here. And I think I like that idea. Like, it's gonna look the same. I think we still use event result in state, because we might want the action to put us into a different state. Maybe. In fact, we almost always, or well, almost guaranteed to, because if we want to do something like an attack, we want to give ourselves the in combat state, right? And that's going to have a bearing on what we can do. What we decide to make that, I don't know yet, but like, probably going to want that. Okay, so in order to do that, we also need basically the same signature, but from action. It's still this character, it's still that, it still returns those. Groovy, right? Let's do... Oh, we need to refactor you completely still over here in Deadland. That's okay. We'll, from action, we'll just stub in this and it's going to be an interface. I can go ahead and set that up now. We have handled false. Okay. We can get rid of that. We need to scaffold this in as well. But just to get things ready, let's do that. We might as well do this really quick while we're here. Oh, yeah, right. And we'll also do a default. Is actually still going to be this default. That, this, it's a look event, default is still going to be this, but if it's a look event, I'm going to do some of this. So, but we need to also make sure here's the downside to breaking these things apart. If we decided to do that, is that we need to account for the possibility of this getting a thing where we're not the target. And I'm going to rename this the same way we did. Hello? There we go. Over there. Like that, right? And I don't know if we want to do... like, leave the actual character in place. Probably not. Maybe not. I don't know. Or if I want to, like, spawn a item when we create them. Don't know yet. That is going to have game design implications, right? Because we got to figure out what we want to do with death, too. Like, how do you recover from being dead? Do you respawn somewhere? Do you get a corpse run back to your body? What do you want to do? And like, what are the pros and cons of each, right? If there's multiple options, because like a corpse run, if you can't reach your body for some reason, is super bad, right? And not fun. So we got to figure out that before we really know. But for now, we can get this. Okay, so it defaults to falling through. That's fine. For now, that's fine. I guess if it doesn't do that, it'll fall through. And we'll get a not handled. So let's explicitly set that false just because it'll help us to remember. Over here, actually, I want to open that back up. In dead, I think we had an error, but I could be wrong. Let's go take a quick peek at that. Internal characters, character, dead. Oh no, we had nil as an error. Actually, come to think of it, if we just do this, then we don't need to specify defaults, it'll fall through, right? Like, it's going to complain about it. It should still fall through, though. I don't know. We'll have to exercise that through testing. We can just explicitly nil everything. That'd be fine. We're going to want to do the same thing here, basically, where event. Basically, if we don't handle it in one way, shape, or form, we want it to fall through. And we need to make sure... I did, okay. So if the next state is nil, then it's just going to return the failure. We can't do that right now, basically. I think I deleted one too many of them. What's going on? Got you. Got you. That should be fine. Not an expression. Internal game events, look results struct, interface. Oh, it's because I'm in the wrong spot. That should be there. There we go. Okay. So the do action, perform action stuff. Do I want to do this? Yeah, I think so. Let's do it. And we decide we hate it. We can always change it. Our default fall through case is still going to be this. The action we do, look action, look events, quick looks. And we decided that quick look is just going to get a name for now. Case, game events, quick look event. That in there. Search event. Search event needs to be done. So we just started Oh, I forgot to do my result. That's okay. I'll do that here in a second. Search event. Let's go ahead and just borrow this. Same deal where we want to set up the return. Okay, we need to send the message, mtype, create, sure. Data is E. New. Oh, I'm inside of my. There we go. Okay, so we send it. This won't be handle event though. This will be perform action that it falls through to. Okay. And then over here, if we get a search event, so getting the information back. Because we want to call the target handle event, right? I guess we can do... Oh yeah, this needs to be down in the do. Just do that really quick. Like so. Because we're thinking about room event here as a replacement, right? So maybe... Well, I guess you still need a search result to send back to, or still need data to send back to, the character that did it, right? So I guess for now we could say this is handled and then data, we can just return a string if we do something like that. Right. we could also get a little bit more clever with this. Because I have this idea of, like, you know, in games, when you see somebody, you just, like, automatically know their name. And I wonder if it'd be interesting if you didn't know people's name until you knew their name, you know? And if we wire up get name to machinery that can determine that, it might be interesting. So I'm trying to kind of leave that option open. It's not really a key focus, but like, we have all the data here. We could immediately handle event on ourselves again to figure out what they know us as and return that. But anywho, turn that down just a little bit. Wind's kicking up out there. Okay. Oh, it's raining too. It has begun. So, let me just double check here. Let's see what we're looking at. Scattered thunderstorms, they say. It's basically going to be until, like, for the next 3.5 hours or so. It'll be scattered around. Hopefully it won't be too much interference on the internet. Okay. So we've pulled that out, which is going to make it a lot easier to reason about. Quick look event. We don't need this whole line anymore. We're handling that. If the target is us, we do that. Otherwise, we're saying you can't do that. Like, I shouldn't have gotten this notification, basically. And then in our state machine itself, yeah. Event handled. Let's do here. I wonder if I can do this. If it'll take it apart. No. ID. This should result in printing it out in an expanded form with labels on the fields. Okay, so if we do something like that, quick look events. So the thing I'm worried about here is... how do we signify to a whole room? Like, we have to call, get look on them one by one. That's fine. We'll just give it a helper. That'll feed an event into ye olde event system here. State machine. It'll create one here and immediately boom, pump it through. Oh, they wouldn't have to do that. It wouldn't have to create it because this will go through the event system. We want to be able to resolve a name whenever it gets called. When the target is not specifically us. Like, so I'm thinking about like room looks, right? Where we give you everybody's name for free right now. Because we have a room event, which used to be a look result. And over here, when we handled the server update, look result. If it was a character, we did that. If it was room data, build room look message, room look, room data. So we'll have to just run a thing through here immediately, not on the event system. Via a helper, I think is the answer there. Okay. Look result. If it's a character, we do that. This is going to kind of take care of itself now. If it's a room data, these guys will get moved over. And we could out being able to determine internet dropped out there for a second. Must be getting a little worse in the storminess. We got to be careful that we can still switch on the types of server update coming in to send the correct information, the correct protocol type. But that doesn't seem like an insurmountable challenge by any means. We need to worry about game update. It's all going to be protocol text right now, I think. Game update. These don't build the protocol, so it's all game update right now. but maybe we should change this up a little bit. I have this protocol type for the sake of driving the state machine of the connection. But I think things have changed a little bit. And maybe, like, things like goodbye are still valid, right? And success and a failure are probably fine. Ready tells it that, hey, I'm ready for you. So that's good to have, right? We've got our categories too, though. That's just the default. So like a game update or a server message, these probably go into one. Like registration and login, that tells us where to route traffic in the server. Character. Well, actually, I think that's used to select a character, so... Hey, Terrace, how's it going? Client input. Client internal goes away for sure. Connection. Like, I think we can clean these up a little bit eventually. That's a different day, though. Because eventually we're going to have to send other things to the client if they're interested in them. Like, like a map update, maybe, let's say, or something. I learned a new thing about AI yesterday. Now I think we're doomed. We're not doomed. Okay. So we got search event coming in here. We say no, basically. Handled is true. But well, I guess it's the responsibility of whoever parses this to issue the correct events. And that's going to come out of state. I don't see a way to not... Yeah, no, I don't believe it did. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I'm so tired of it, man. It's just an endless attempt to keep the bubble inflated, and they can go to hell. Like, if they could do it, they'd fucking do it, right? That's it. That's the end of it. Until somebody does something, it's all hot air, and I just don't care anymore. Let's see. So we're going to end up with wrappers around all of this stuff, which maybe isn't the end of the world. But it would be nice to be able to just pipe it to handle event, basically, directly. But for things that need a return, I don't see a really good way to not have a bunch of helpers that exists just to pipe these events in. You can't really fire and forget them, which is fine. It just kind of seems awkward, but I also don't know another way to get the functionality we want. The thing that I think we're going to want, though, even in that case, is a success field. Because whether or not it was handled is data for sure. But success is another thing, right? You can handle the event successfully and still have the event fail, like with search. So for these guys, we're going to set it to true. Actually, we're going to do that only at the end here. Handle skill check. Same deal. We set that. We set that. We return it. And actually, we need to do this up here, because if we're dead, we set the new state, but also it was a successful handling. Success is true. Success is true. Success is true. If we don't hit errors, anywho. And by defaulting it to false, that's just the way she be until we say it's true. Same here with decrement. If there's no errors there. Handle is true. Do that. This, we set you to true. And if it's not, then it's failed because it's not handled. Well, it was handled, but it was a failure, right? So that kind of solves this question. Yeah. I think that'll help. I hope that'll help. Oop, And actually, this should be outside of there. And the same is true here, because if it doesn't succeed, it shouldn't be returning a handle. Or if it doesn't handle it, it shouldn't be returning a handled. We really want to default to... Should it do that here, actually? No. These should be in here. Because if they don't get handled here, then they fall through and we try to forward it on. Yeah, okay. Whoops. Let's see here. That's fine. That's fine. We're only returning if it's handled. There we go. Holy cow, it's coming down out there. Raining like crazy. Okay. I haven't heard any thunder yet, so hopefully my internet works. Although it's currently struggling. I gotta... Like, while I'm parked up, I gotta find out if I can get internet on the landline with no contract. Or just figure out some other stuff. Like, I don't know. I gotta think about that stuff. But that's for later. That's handled. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think everything else is fine. We just need to go set our true in the whatever's left here. That's done. This... We'll have to do this still. This is... well, no, because we're going to do a room update instead. So that gets handled by the room data. The type is a look result or a room data. Which actually, yeah, okay. Look result will have a room data in it. Okay, yeah, that's already set up correctly. And then a room event is a different critter. Okay. So. We grow closer to a reasonable system. This we're not doing anything with. We can throw that away for now. Form action. This will need also to account for but in a different way. So we'll still have a result here. I'm tempted to just say this. Actually, we could just do it here. Because this we want to be able to send stuff back, but still it's also a little bit different. In what we are going to care about coming out of there. I suppose we're still going to want to know Yeah, like here, this would fall through. It was handled. It was not successful because it wasn't us. Kind of a limited utility in returning that, but for the sake of completeness, we will for now. Search event returns that. Okay. And I think having the little helper function is going to help out when we get a little bit more complicated. The other day, Mr. Ash was in here saying, very smart things about, interfaces for what is a searchable thing or whatever, right? Which doesn't really solve the problem we were thinking about there, but it plays into stuff like this. Right now, basically, we're considering a character searchable because we've handled it. But it's a good idea that we want to be able to keep ourselves free to use, and having these helper functions that end up calling the state machine seems kind of duplicatey, but they enable us to put it behind an interface like that, which could become very useful. So I'm feeling good about the way this is shaping up. So we'll need to do this. My beverage is empty, and I want to go take a look outside really quick, see how crazy it is. I'll be right back. There we go. I watched a little bit. I don't see any lightning yet, so hopefully it'll just rain and we'll have a nice cozy stream of rainy day goodness. Okay. So handle event is there, handled and not success. Yeah, we're just going to return that. That's fine. The stuff for text. Okay, so we can switch now on in things like playing game state. We can now determine if it's a success or a failure. The what to return is still a little bit nebulous. So when we get our notification, handle server update, event message, on our event channel, which is listen to events. It's an interface channel, so anything can come through there. Because we were piping this stuff through, but handled success error data. We had a type in there before for what type of event it was. We took it out because we were taking away the different event types for the state events and merging everything into one event system, all the same type, right? We could put that back and let the playing game state decide what type of thing, type of update to send. But I don't know if I want to do that or not, because we don't know what it's going to look like when we want to send other stuff through here just yet. We got to think about, like, what kind of events are we beaconing to everybody? And maybe for now we just leave it. And if we need to add something, it's a little harder to add stuff here if we start to, go through a big switch statement here. To figure out what we want to add and where we want to send it is a little bit trickier. But it could be okay. So, text notification, game update text, all of this is all the same. You are, if it's a look result, we were doing the building and all that, and that should be a game update text as well. Room look source type. Source name is a get name. Wow, it's remarkably dark out there. The clouds, they're angry. So... The other thing I want to think about is the difference between character and something being driven by an NPC. Well, that's just... Okay, so if the NPC state doesn't care about an event, like somebody else in the room looking around, right? You can handle it, you can not. It'll eventually fall through here. It'll go to notify. Client handler, or not client handler, character will get the notify right here. Right now, yeah, no channels bound, it's going to return. It's just a no-op. Right now we log a debug. So it's fine. It just gets dropped effectively. We told them, they decided not to do anything about it, which is fundamentally no different than telling a character and they don't do anything about it, right? So I think we're okay there. And I think we just need to... This is an interface, so we can put strings in there. That's fine. And a server update. We could return the event result to them. Yeah. I think for now we could just send them byte arrays for now. Handle server update, because this is going to put it into a protocol message. You can put it, well, you can send them a byte buffer, I suppose, too. Do we want to do that, or just send them strings? Well, if they're going to have to convert it to bytes anyway. This will effectively become... These are going to end up returning things. No, it's not true. They're going to come through here. So we don't care about that. We're not going to play the game of trying to await a return and all that. That's too much synchronization to sweat. It's going to just become troublesome. Okay, so... really tempted to send them event results. I can't. That's not exported, it's internal to character. So character has to translate everything. And notify takes an interface. So we have to figure out what it is anyway, unless we change up the notify channel again. Which we could. I don't want to, though. I think what we can do is just throw a case on it. It says if it's a byte array. Hey, Sad, how's it going? What's up today? Favorite Go streamer? Well, that's very nice of you. New message in here. It's still a game update. It's still a text. Like so. We could do that. And you don't error, right? Yeah, no, okay. And then do that. Could be an okay thing. We can move this stuff here. Holy cow. Oh, crazy out there. Some of these helpers can be alive state helpers. That's okay. Actually, hang on. Let's just... Occupant text. Game object, this character, protocol message. So instead of returning this, it'll just return this. That's all fine. And then exit text is similarly fine. Yeah, okay. So we're going to move all of this over here. But this is going to return... Just to return the buffer here, I guess? No. This isn't going to return anything. Because we're going to write to the buffer you provide. Add line break. Are you used? You're only used... Client handler 358. You only use there and here. Okay, so you can come over as well. Because you're just a formatting sort of thing. Double new line byte and new line byte are constants in the client handler parent package, I think. Yes. These should be able to come out of here completely. And I don't know that I want this to live in here, actually, but for now it can. I might want it to get moved. To like a formatting or something. I don't know. Holy cow. It's getting windy too. Gross. Just double check here. Oh yeah, it's Restream telling me I had a little bit of a connection interruption earlier. Okay. Login message, that's fine. You can stay in here. I don't necessarily want to mess with too much of that. So then all of these will go. Am I a pro level what? This can go away. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. So. This stuff here. We need to put into our handling of the look result. So a look result with a text, we're just going to text notification, message string. We might as well just convert it here, I suppose. We could switch on it, but like... Do I want to do that? Do I want to just send it a string if I want to? Like, if I get a string, can I send it a string? Probably doesn't matter. This character, notify, and we're going to do message, but commas for or parens for this one, like so. And handled is true. Success is true. I don't know that success matters for well, yeah, it would have to be for this one. That'd be okay. Character. If it's a character, text notification. Okay, so that's done. Move notification. Result character right here. Oh, actually. Because text notification doesn't necessarily need to be in the look result. In fact, we weren't set up to have you need to be your own case. That's fine. Like so. Okay. Character in here. Target character. We've already got data then. We don't need to worry about that. you actually all of this. Like so. This is the data ID. For this, if it's a look result, we know that we're going to need a buffer to write something. Most paths, I think. So let's set one up. We can still call you buff. This becomes this char. We don't need to. We have access to that directly. So if the source ID is me and the target data target what are you mad about? Oh, yeah. We can do that, that's fine. This is just for this chart. See, to help make it more clear what exactly I'm doing here. Okay, so look at, we'll need to put look at back in probably. That's okay. We write the look result, and then this char notify the bytes. Does it make sense to still do this? Because if this is a string, these are strings, shouldn't we use a string builder? Leave it for now. I don't know if I want to change it yet or not. Okay, so we've got that. This could be... this is handled true. Instead of break, we could return here. Well, actually, hang on. Put it here. Then we can do our else. We know target character is... Okay, yeah. Put that back up there. Do that. Yeah. Otherwise, we're basically going to be doing the same thing here. Get name on you. giving you this character as the source. We write that this is E-type. GameEvent's event. Oh, right, because we were going to do a look result. Look result, source and data, room event. So we don't need to worry about. Oh, I scrolled. That's what happened. I accidentally scrolled up. Well, I intentionally scrolled up, but then I accidentally forgot to scroll back down. This is the wrong thing to move over. Otherwise, you see, okay, that's true. Look result is that. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to handle looked at us or looked at someone else because that's going to fall under room event. So we're going to leave. I'm just going to comment this out to say we've already moved it. These will have to come over into here. These guys are going to go into here. This is actually going to be a character pointer as well. That's what was going on there. What data? Room event. Source type. This is going to be a little bit different. Let's finish. Let's finish this first before I get distracted. Look result on a character. Look result on a room data right here. This. Handle this true. Source. Game events room data. Wait. Room data. Source type. Oh, this is, this. This is the source's ID. But we don't know that that's a character in here. Data is the event data type. Because you go into a look result, which has a source of a game object. Okay, cool. So the look result And the data, okay, yes. Data is a room data. So we still have our source here. We do have to call that. We don't know what it is for sure. We can do that. Room look. This is the data. And then this is us. Okay. I don't want to break here, though. We already said handle up here. This is a success. Here, we've already notified. We're good to let it fall through. Except for we're not. We need to return there. If I spell it correctly, it'll work better. Okay. But this we're going to move into room event as well. So, that part is handled. We just need to... Except we don't have... We do have buff. Buff bites. Like so. Okay. This we don't need to default. We'll let it fall through, and we'll let this handle it. Okay. So that is that. Build room look message. But... Build room look message takes the room data. Okay, and it worries about the source. Okay, cool. So that all handles that. Nice. The world manager here. So, when we do this, when we send out the notification that a thing has happened in the room, I guess... We need to figure that out really quick before we go on, because it's going to have bearing on this, right? The trouble is, we can filter notify occupants, that's fine. Do we want to is kind of the question, for one. Because right now, when we do this, handle client update, we call that, and those used to be... Let's pull those back, actually. Yeah, so, okay, so we used to use this to determine what needed to come back. So that's fine. So if we move everything into the room event system, we still need to send the notification to the initiator. We would need to do that before we send them the result so that they can display that beforehand. That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. I'm okay with that. So, for these look events and for the move, we let game map control the move. Can't read shit. Is that better? It's going to end up in the tile. Character leave tile is going to send our notification event. No, it doesn't. We send it here. Okay, that's fine still. We send it from here. And we already have to send 2 here because we tell you that you're leaving. Because we just took you out of there. And we want to make sure you succeeded. A mud game engine. I learned C working on Circle Mud back in the 90s. Nice. So yeah, this is still fine if we want to do the 2 different notifications method. I think I'm okay with this as a plan because it's going to simplify the state machine a lot. Okay, so we have, in a room event, we have a type. So the type of the event that triggered it, basically. The source. Well, it's the type of the event happening. Yeah, that makes sense still. Source, target, success, and then the data that comes with it. So it can be anything in there. So we could do... Let's do it over here first. And we'll pull in most of what we did over here into this, because that is a better place for it to live. Okay. So, in this case, so look result over here. So room event, we switch on the source type. That's not correct. This should be this, right? But I can't do that. That's fine. We'd need to do when we build these events. So if it's a look event, then we need to figure out we know it's a game object, right? Yes. And we can just use the helper, the ID getter, that is. That would be fine. If the target ID is me, then I know that I need to do this still. That's all valid still. Looks over at you. This needs to be this char. This is e.source get name, because that is also a game object. We don't have a buffer here, but let's see, what's the highest level that we know we're going to have to write a result out like that? We'll put it here for now, but we might... we might be able to lift it up. Notify, and we're going to say we put the bytes into there. And we can return here. If it's a look event, I think we're good to say it's handled, or not turn. It is a success here. We don't care about the success or failure of the actual event at this particular step. And then this is still good. We can pull that right over. This comment should come over like so. This is e-source get name. It's still us that's doing the getting of the naming. Target, because it's all a game object at this point. We do that. And I think we're actually just good to say the result of the handling is successful here. It doesn't really matter though. I'm gonna leave it in just in case. That's still a return there. We still want to notify here whatever we were able to resolve from there. I think we could actually do a little bit better job here, though. We can get rid of that. We wrap this in an else. And at the end, like, we have what we have in the buffer. It should be okay there, I think. We'll go with it. Okay, so that takes care of all of this now. And this should be able to go away real soon, too. This is incorrect. This should be room data. No. Oh, I was switching before on because it was a look result, not a room event. Okay. So if it's a look event, actually, I do need to worry about that. We can still do most of this the same way. We want to switch on the type of the target, though. That's where I was going with this, and then I got confuzzled. Because a room event is still got that. We're going to call you target, which will simplify this a little bit. This is still going to get handled either way. Well, not necessarily. I'm probably still going to need a buffer. I guess we probably want to set that there. If it's a room data, though, well, it won't be that. That won't be the target. I guess it'd be nil. Because we don't really have a way to set a tile or a room as a target. Nor do we really need to, right? We accept that a look event with no target tags is a room look. So I suppose a room event of a look type with no target, it stands to reason, is a room look. So if there's nothing, no target means it was a room look. And then the data should be, we haven't done it yet, but it should be Nothing. But that'll break this switch. Room look, source type. Unless we put it in data, which we could. That's an interface, though. Is it... We could also just put a room data in there with the source type and nothing else filled in. That'd be okay. Yeah, let's do that. We don't need a full-blown switch here. We just need to say... not target, but E dot data. Type assert you as a... Good, spelled it correctly. Game events. Room data. If that's okay. We expect a room data with only the look type in it. Build room look message, though. Wait a second. Build room look message is here. Is the keyboard the Advantage 360 with brown switches? It is the Advantage 360. I don't remember the color of the switches. There was only like 2 at the time. It's the clickier ones. And they've changed it since then, I think. Yeah, you bet. It's an interesting talent if you can identify keyboards through background audio. Okay. Ooh, it's coming down sideways again. It's raining really hard here today. No target means a room look. Our build look message here. I watched the video of the Primogen in an ASMR. It sounded just identical. Nice. Yep, that's how I wound up learning about them. I was starting to get arm and wrist and elbow pain, and I heard that split keyboards helped with that in a lot of cases, so I decided to give it a try, and it does help, for me at least. Totally derailed. Okay, so we expect this to be that. If it is... Oh, yeah. I was looking at building our room message because... Glad to hear that won't distract you more, buddy. No, it's all right. No problems. You... Event description... Event description. room data, description. Used to be in here. We don't need to send... Okay. That's right. We don't need to send a notice to ourselves that we're looking around because we're getting data back right away. So all of this is still fine. It's just that we are in here. We need to say if the source ID, because it's a game object, is not equal to our ID, then we're going to do this. Only build this information if we're not looking around. Because in this instance, I mean, there's kind of no... There's no reason not to say something, I suppose. Let's do it. Let's just let ourselves say, okay, so we got our look data. If the source is us, right? We're going to say a different thing. Otherwise, source name is the get name. All of this comes over. This, we need to be not doing that anymore. Boom, 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 boom. This is this, get name. Oops. This char. Then we need to switch on the look data source type here. Okay, there we go. This... It's not a failure. It is problematic, though. It should probably be a warning. Which is exactly where we were here in our thinking. So I guess we could put this back in. Source type. And then we have our fallback string. That should be okay. This, for us, we can just say, you glance around the room, you study the room carefully, you look around the room as a fallback. That'll be okay. So either way, we'll have a buffer set here. We're going to say that it's handled. Success is true as well. Because we can return an error as part of that, but we don't want to. And then we notify the byte array and return the result and nil there. Okay, that'll be fine. Okay. This should be squared away now. This should be... Let's see here. Oh no, I put... I built that in the wrong spot. This should be up here as a result of this switch. Okay, there we go. Oh, actually. Nah, we'll leave it there because it's easier to understand. It's a little bit duplicaty, but that's okay. What is the other kind? A search data could come in. But that would be a different event. So there we go. That's all good in there. Okay. That's inside of here. So we would need to say search event. And we don't really have... This should all be fine still. To go away, rather. Look result. Move notification. We need to handle move notification still. We'll do that first. Move notification. We could drive that off of 1. Do I want to is really the big question. So I could break it out like that. Because again, this is only handling the events that come to us. Oh, look at it's broken there. That's why. I was like, what's going on here? That needs that. Does that make sense to do? I think it does, because this is more like informational anyway. You slice it. So that's fine. So most of this should actually still be good. We just need to massage it into source is always going to be a game object. Where do we use source? We use it here. So we can do that. And then, because we're in the same package, we can do that. If the type is a character exit, so here again, we can set up our buffer like so. And then this is e-message. That's still fine. Otherwise, source, get the name so that we can figure out what to call them. This char is who's doing it. Switch on the type. Character exit or character enter. We write the message. Instead of returning protocols, though, what we're going to do is say that we're handled and it was a success. Like so. We're going to send ourselves a notification with the bytes here, and then return results and nil for new state, like so. Okay. And that should get all of this ported over. So now we don't need, we need that still. We don't need this. We only have one thing to handle here. And if it's not a byte array, then we don't know where it came from right now. That's fine. And that'll clean this up a ton. This can still call the stuff we put back, because we're going to leave that for later interface usage if we need to for right now. So that's good. And we need to make sure that over here in our world manager, we're doing things correctly, because we changed them just a little bit. So for a move, I think this one's going to stay the same. We notify you separately for reasons. Notify occupants. Notify occupants. Okay, that's fine. And then we send quick look data. So that's going to be a look result that came in. And we handle that up here. And we only send it to you, so that's fine. And we say, you see, blah. But it's not. It's, oh, that's right, okay. So we need to handle that case here. Data is quick look data, which is a room data. So here, if the source is me, then yeah, okay, good. We're good there. It's in the look stuff that we got to be careful, because things will have changed here. Because we're going to send out a look event. Like, we're going to notify you of your results. But we're going to send out a room event to everybody else about what you did. So That's what we got to fix up. In both of these cases. Because we've got a couple things going on here. And are we differentiating between... We're not. The type. We don't handle... Okay, so we need to handle here. What are you mad about here? Oh, because we're switching on the target. Right. I need to lift that up here. Handle that. Okay. Alright, perfect. Okay, tell you what. I'm going to use the restroom really quick, and when I come back, we will get this hammered into shape real quick and see if what we've missed. I'll be right back. There we go. Alright. Just that a little. Okay. This is the search one. We notify you. Game events. Search event. Or no. Room event. Type. Game event, search event. Source is the char. Target is... Well, the target's still nil. Success is... We don't need to tell them. They shouldn't care. And there's no data. And then... Target tile, notify occupants, notification event. That goes in, it'll send it out to everybody. So, and we actually want to do this first so that we can get our stuff. Search event. So here, we'll have to switch here as well. I'm pretty sure we're safe to lift this up here instead of continuing to declare it places. Because we're going to have the same exact dilemma here. So I'm actually going to copy this for a second. We're going to end up deleting a lot of it, but it'll be helpful. So it's still handled and still true. If the target was a character, like, we don't do this just yet. But we'll want to wire it up. So it's still going to be that. It makes no sense to search yourself. Which might mean we need to adjust this. Looks himself. Okay, yeah. Okay. For look event, we also want to know target e.source.id is equal to me. Then we'll display that a little differently. Either way, here at the end we're going to write some bytes. So here we can say write string, you look yourself over, and then you can get your results. So in search event, we're going to want the same behavior. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Let's just copy this. So the whole inside of the, if the source is us. Like, it makes no sense to search yourself, though. So we'll let that fall through. And we won't copy that, actually. Do I want to send a notification on this? Like, it's going to tell them you can't do that. We won't know. We won't know what to tell them just yet. Yeah, we're just going to say for now, until we know what we want to do with that, we're going to do that. So really, this should just get replaced for now. Will we care about target in here? No. So we can just say, if the target is nil, do I have enough closing brackets? I do. Okay, great. No target means, say, room search. Okay. The data is not going to be in here. So we can get rid of that. All we're concerned about, it's handled, it's successful or not, it doesn't matter. We're going to leave that out of there, actually, just to be sure that we don't accidentally rely on it in the future. Because you shouldn't know the result of their looking around, right? If the source is me, we'll say you search the room carefully. Easy enough. Why does it say that buff is shadowed in here? Did I lift a buffer declaration? Somewhere too high. Text notification. It wouldn't be in another... Oh my gosh. You're saying that that's a shadow. I think you're crazy. We'll take a look at that in a second here. Anyway, so you search the room carefully, and it's whatever. And we've got one too many closing braces. That might be part of the problem. Okay, so room search. Otherwise, if it was somebody else, I'm just going to say right string, and then I need to get the name of them. So it's going to look a lot like this. Like so. Searches the room carefully. Okay, all of this can go away. These go inside of there. That's correct. Like so. Okay. Now, when we do this, let's do this. target tile, notify occupants, search result, and then we set the success to that. And then data gets set to that. And then we notify the character of the remaining. Populate the success and data fields only for the searcher. Notify searcher of results. This notify occupants that a search happened. No result or success needed. Okay. In this case, we're gonna do get room data. Because you switch on the type, you'll return me something. And search event. Wait a second. Why was this a search event? This doesn't need to be sent anymore. Well, that's not true. This can be sent there. This should still be sent in the case of no tags. So it's just a room look of some kind. This should be the event type. The source is that. The target is nil. We notify occupants of that. So same deal here. And then look event. This also needs to be quick look event to catch both cases in here. Well, hang on. This is expecting a look data inside of there, isn't it? Room event, game events look event, look data. Because, yeah, we expect a room data, that's right. Game events, room data, that one please. The source type, this is the event type. The room event type oh, wait a second. Why couldn't we just use... If it's a look or a quick look, this... We can re-switch. That's okay. In both of these cases. Then we don't need to type assert this, which is good. And then this is that. That's actually easier. So that can go away. We just pass the type into here. Notify occupants, and then notify occupants that a look happened, including the looker, and then send look results only to the looker. So we do that. We still do a source. And then my look result. Which really... I think we can collapse these both, but both these cases down to a single room event return allow clients to determine what to do about the data type inside. Need to establish testing around the reworked system first to be sure. Hello to you as well. Yeah, we'll go with that. For now, we'll put that in there, and we're not going to call that. We're going to do the same way we did up here, where we call notify on it. But it's actually not going to be notify. Oh, we haven't type asserted you as a character? Or we didn't add... We didn't add a handle event. Because we need to switch to that. And we need to fix those too. But that's future me problems. Let's just do... handle event, and our state handler says that we take a game event, so this should probably be an event, right? double check here. Handle event. No, actually it takes an interface. Right, because we can handle these guys too. So just accept any here. And then state handle event, myself, event, done. And then handle event, look results. This needs to become handle event, search result. This needs to become handle event. Notify occupants is still fine. We're going to call it event, though. What do we got going on down here that's not happy? Character skill check. Skill check requires a source? Oh, that can be nil. Source should be optional. So in here, if we get a skill check, we don't handle that yet. Oh wait, no. We do it down here. Form action? No. Oh, it's still an event. Duh. Skill check. Yeah, I thought I wired this up. Okay, yeah. So we're good there. Skill ID, check result, handle check. Yeah, we don't even use right now the source. It's just there as an option. Okay. And the pattern that is emerging is that no source means it's like a tile, basically. Or that it's irrelevant to me. So there's that. Notify occupants, handle event. We want to make sure move event also calls handle event now instead of notify on the character. Handle event. Notify occupants. Okay, that's fine. Handle event. All of that is good. That's wired up. I think. That's going to complain about the defaults, but it should fall through. I believe. Okay. We can try running, I think. I don't know. There might be something that's still broken. Oh, no. There is. There is definitely. Character is missing some things now that need to get wired up. Character. down here, apply status effects. Used to use the state event, but we have GameEvent for this, right? Apply effect. So this needs to become... Hang on, what's handle event wired up to... Oh, it's state. Yeah, okay. Where is this used? It's not used anywhere right now. It's going away. Actually. We'll need to... Well... It's used in tests as well. Okay, so... It would probably be good to have this like so. Just refactor all that junk. Go for it. State handle event directly. That's fine. Fill them. Apply effect. Source. I need a source. The effect, the count. Source. Source can be a game object? Probably. Target is me. Data is the effect. Okay. And then in alive, I should handle event, apply, effect, data as a status effects effect application. Let's make that an application. Which will eliminate the need for count. I'll have to go fix the test, but that's okay. So there's my effect, there's my count. There's my source. My target is me. We don't really look at it, but that's okay. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. Remove status effect. It's going to need similar treatment. Remove effect. This just takes an effect. I think we're going to want to add a game object for source. Remove effect, source, targets me, data is the status effect for now. That's okay. Decrement status. Decrement effect. So let's make this an effect application. And in fact, let's leave that. That's fine. That'll eliminate the need for count because we'll put it in there. And we'll say game object is the source, like so. Target is going to be me, and then the data is going to be status effect, like so. Decrement effect, yeah, effect application. Okay. So that's going to break everything. That's okay. We're in the process of breaking everything, as a matter of fact, for our tests, rather. And I don't think anything was using these yet. They were, put in place so that we could consume them. But then other things came up, and we needed to get on those. Okay. Yeah. We're good. Let's see if we can launch the server. Okay, we can. Excellent. Let's do this. We'll launch the client. I don't think, yeah. Let me double check. Pretty sure the database was reset by some other work I was doing, and I deleted some containers, and it accidentally deleted you. I need you. I need to edit this. I need to do that. I need to do this, and I need to say that, I think. Yes, okay. Accounts, characters, both empty. Okay, yeah. So I need to create a new account. That's fine. That gets him created. Okay, we need to create a new character. And then we log in. I can look. I study the room carefully. That's not true. This is just a look. This is not a search. Search is an invalid command. Okay, so we gotta fix that. We just didn't wire it up in the handler. We can quick look. Move to the east, but I didn't get my quick look. Coordinate room to move through. If I was to move back west, east and south, so I am moving on the map. That's good. So let's go ahead and fix these up. Oops. Really quick. My quick look on the move. I bet you it's notify still. Game map. Notify. Needs to be handle event. I need to exit so that I can restart the server. So I didn't get my quick look, and I had a faulty case of the alive state. handling the event for my search. It was a look result, right? It would have been our room data. Wait, hang on. Let's do over here. Handle event. Search event is, or no, look event would have been fired. If the event type is a search event, I do this. Otherwise, it gets event type. Notify occupants, but also handle event. Look result. Look result. Case of a nil. Build room look message. How did you wind up giving me the search? It would have had to be actually in this move event, quick look, do quick look, do look event. And also search didn't parse correctly. The only place we actually print that, though, should have been in here during a room event. Look event or quick look event. We do that. Case nil. Ah. No. We shouldn't be in here. It would have had to have been here. We would have had to receive a search event to get there. To search the room. Oh, wait, no. No, maybe I'm mistaken. I can't see the history. The look event does say it's a room event. This should be capitalized. Yeah, okay. It was, you study the room carefully. That's not really a good... You take a good look at your surroundings. There we go. This should also be capitalized. I should do like a parser or something for... Or not a parser, but a formatter or something for those. Okay, so that should fix that up. Now we just gotta get search actually working. So it needs to spit me out protocol text. Handle client update. It should be text, and it should parse it. Parse input. Okay. So in here, we never set up search. Okay. We set up the tokens. We parsed, set up a parser for it. We didn't actually trigger it. Okay, we need to do that quick. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then we'll come back and do that. Be right back. There we go. Let me also really quick untangle my headphones here. Just like so. We've become all wrapped up in the monitor cord there. Okay. So. This needs... We'll throw you in here. Search. Parse search command. Oop, I can't type today. If result is not nil, return result nil. Like so. Now, let's go ahead and restart our server. We don't need to restart the client because we exited. We can just log back in. Go ahead and go to our character. So, take a good look at my surroundings. Nobody else here. All of that stuff comes through. If I do a quick look, I glance around the room. If I do a search, I search the room carefully. I get 2 notifications. So, let's figure out. This returns here. Notify occupants. Ah, that's why. Maybe it's fine. Because this is going to be a room event either way. Maybe this was a dumb idea. Maybe I just leave this data in here. We notify occupants. So either we have to make another type for a search result, which I don't want to do if I can avoid it. Or we just send the data back and let them worry about it. Which we can still, I think, collapse this. Because a room event has a source and data as well, so this could probably still go away. Oops. And just go with room event. The type goes into it too, so we can figure out. We want to get testing on it first, though, before we go tearing more stuff apart. And we also want to do... let me do this before I forget. We want to tell ourselves... So it's a room event. It was a room look / search. Well, no, it wasn't. It was just a look because we broke that out. So let's go down to the search one instead. No target means it was a room search. You search the room carefully. Here, if I don't even really care about the the success or the failure here, I don't think, though. I really just care about the data. Which is a room data. And in here, when it is a result data, exits, right? Room data. When we build our exit list, that's why we were, okay. Because you only fill in the new things in get room data when it's a search. So here we want to be careful. Data is going to be an interface, so we can comma okay this. Game events, room data. If this is okay, search the room carefully. Add a line break to the buffer. Pointer 2, please. I guess we would say here we want to be careful to log here. This is going to be an error. Well, no, not necessarily. We still want to have the success field in this event because other things might use it. But we might not care about it here. If it's a room data, hello to you as well. I guess we could just say if the data is nil or or we could do an else here too. And we just say you don't see anything new. Right? But if there is a room data in here, then we can say that if the exit's length is greater than 0, well, actually, we don't even need to do that. We can just go through the exits in a list. If we're in here, we have data, so we can say well, There's nothing in an exit yet, or in a DC yet, or anything else that would have like a way to tell you. Actually, that's not true. That needs to be say range, not runage. We can do you see the description. Let me do a new line at the end. Search from carefully, you see description, new line, you see description. Theoretically, you probably don't see a ton of different things at the same time that are new, but that's fine. What's the language to start game dev in? Depends on the engine you're using. Figure out your engine first. That's the thing you need to learn. Yeah, let's go with that. And the editor here. We need to look at our gym really quick. I put the hidden rooms 2 to the right. Map editor. Gym. 1 to the right. Okay. And then our east exit is the hidden one. No, it's the use. The hidden one's down here. So down and to the right. South and then east. And then the south one has a perception DC. Okay. That's fine. So we need this to restart. And then we can go south, and then we can go east, and then... Ooh, I see the south exit, though, and I should not. And I don't get my failure message here either. Unhandled GameEvent's text notification. I need to fix that up. Let's do that really quick. So that's going to be... It's going to be in here. No? Oh, it'd be in tile, wouldn't it? Modify occupants. No? Here we go. This needs to get changed. It's a text notification, so it's going to wind up just getting piped through, but that's fine. That's the character I want. No? Oh, it's because of that. Here we go. Invalid move notice. Handle event here. And the same here. Handle the event. Okay. We might change that. Nah, maybe we'll leave it. Hard to say. Okay. Let's. Tile had an issue where it was displaying things I hadn't seen yet. That's going to be in the looking and the quick looking, and it's going to end up in tile get room data is where it's going to end up at. Game map, tile, get room data. Get room data. And it's going to end up in the get exit info. This connection is this one at the cardinal. That already known as false. If the DC to see it is not nil, we're doing all that. We get the entry. If your entry is not nil, meaning we have an entry for it. If it's already successful, then we already know. If it is a search type and we don't already know about it, we do all that. Okay. If it's a search, which it's not, if it's a look, this needs to be for a search. Oh, oops. Then we add that. It might be easier. Say if it's not a quick look event, then we add a description. This is going to be my problem here. Event type is not a search event. Hang on. If it is a search event and the DC to CC is not nil, and it's not already known. The hell was I thinking here? If it's a search event and the DC is not nil and it's not already known, then add it. Okay, yes, because, okay, so if we're searching and it's new, add it to the data we return. Otherwise, if it doesn't have a DC to see it, or it's already known, add it to the data we return. It's not a search event and this is not nil. And it's already known. That's not a good switch either. This is hard to read, is my problem. Let's do this a different way. if... Well, we're in the list here. Okay, yeah. If the DC to C is nil, well, let's not cut that. Let's just copy. We can build this in any case. That's probably fine. If it's... Ooh, actually, no. I can't do that either, can I? Let's put that back. Hang on. I gotta think about multiple test cases here. Multiple cases here. So... let's do this. If it's not a search event... we're going to build it in any case, that's true. And either transit DC to C is nil or already known. We add it. Okay? Otherwise... actually, hang on. We'll continue here. So otherwise, it means that either we're in search event or the DC to C is not nil and it's not already known. So, event type is game events, search event, and it's actually just going to be this case all over again. I believe. And up here, when we build this, we put that there. That's fine. So, we append you if it's not a search event and the DC to C is nil or it's already known. If we're not searching, exit and the exit is either not hidden or already know about it, add it. We are searching, only add it to the output if it's not already known. If it's hidden and not already known. That'll be way easier to read and deal with. Do I need continue there? I can do it else if. I'm just leave it that way. It's easier to read. Okay, let's try that again. I forgot to exit, which means I totally screwed myself over and I gotta rerun this. Okay. Get you logged in. Okay, south and then east. I don't see my south. I searched the room carefully and I don't see anything new. Because I set the... oops. Thing Okay. Because I set the DC high is why, so I failed, basically. I believe. But that's okay. I want to make sure that this gets capitalized. I need to, in the event of this, because I didn't get my invalid whatchamadealio over here when I put in junk. I'm going to handle that. Client input, text, switch on you, unhandled client action. Why didn't I get that? Parsed event type. We do have to clean up some of that too, but we'll get to that in a bit. Should have fallen through. Unhandled client action should be in my logs. Beep, 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 like so. And I don't see that message. Why not? It's because it gets parsed as a say, and I don't have a say happening yet. Okay. That be the reason. So I have to either... I have to either enforce... I guess it could be an option to enforce that you need to prepend with say or whatever. Or if it defaults to speaking. Alright. That answers the question at least. Let's see here. Searching. Searching. Did I actually invoke... I don't think I did actually invoke the get DC. Get room data. Yeah, event type. Get exit info. If it's a search... Oh, I did do skill check. Okay. Let's see here. I don't have debug in here. That's why I didn't spit anything out. Let's do... a log here, a debug log. And we'll say, character skill check requested by that. And here we can say my ID and then here, can I do a func in here just for logging? If source is not nil, return source get name C. Otherwise, game object. I'll just say mapped for now. To think about if there's a good way to know for sure who prompted this. Check. And then I can also debug log here. Skill check result. Asserted result. Like so. Okay. Let me do exit there. Let's restart the server. Log back in. So south and then east. Okay. That's fine, but search is what I wanted. Here we go. Okay. I see a hidden doorway, cleverly concealed in a shady corner. And I should see skill check result 19. Skill check requested by map. Handled. Cool. Cool. And now that I've seen you, I should be able to go south. Okay? If I go back north, I do see exit south still. And to the south, I see a hidden doorway, clever concealed at shady corner. Everything is working. I love it. I do need to think here about this output a little bit more for hidden rooms. So for a look result, I say a room data, build room look message. What is that GUI? Which one? This one? Let's see here. Build exit text. I get the direction. But this gives me the whole thing. Yes, the client graphical interface, that's the client. It's also in Flutter. I want to say something more like... You see the thing, exit description. That you previously didn't notice? How about your search reveals? Yes. You search. What if we put this? Client for what? The current app or the engine? It's the client, the game client. It's what you see when you play the game. Your search reveals, no line break, exit description, just a single line break is fine on that, or a single new line. Well, yeah, let's still put that there. And we'll say... Your search reveals nothing of interest. Let's call it that. Okay. That'll be a little bit better. We'll have to fix up strings and do some other stuff with them later. But for now, that's plenty to get that going. Let's go ahead. We'll exit that. I think we're also done with the editor for now. We can get that closed. We're done with running the server for just a second. And we're done with you for just a second. Let's go ahead. Get rest of the code refactored. Run events through the state machine. We're going to push that up. Okay. Do I think a good keyboard matters? Like, yes and no. So it needs to work, right? If keys are dead or sticky or whatever, your life is going to suck. You're going to type a lot. So if it's not comfortable to type on, it's going to suck, right? So like good being a very subjective term. If it's pleasant to type on, or it gets the job done and doesn't distract you, then it's good, right? If you have RSI or stuff like that happening, then you need to, you know, think about ergonomics and stuff like that more than if you don't have problems, right? But like, it shouldn't be a Nita. You got to watch out for that. What do I mean by a Nita? Whenever people say, well, I would love to do something. Let's say I would love to program more, but I need a better keyboard. Usually you don't. Is it going to get the job done? Is it going to cause injury? If the answer is yes and no, then you got a good keyboard. There's no excuse. Get to coding. Okay. Like, I use my fancy, expensive keyboard that I bought when I had money. But when I'm remote and out and about, like, I do a lot of stuff, like, I go to the laundromat to wash my clothes, and when I'm there, I work on something, and I just use my laptop keyboard, and it's fine for, that. We need to fix tests now, because everything's going to be broke. So, and we need to try to exercise this stuff as much as possible. And some of that's going to be easier than others, but that's fine. Let's go dig in. Yeah, my Windows key is dead. Are you sure it's dead and not just set up, in a wonky way? Because sometimes those keyboard shortcuts can be, specifically for the meta key, can be weird. Or the super key, whatever you want to call it. Using art, so I changed the hyperlane keyboard to use alt. Okay, sure. Main problem is this is a 60%. I'm used to it, but it also has RGB colors. This RGB color sometimes gets triggered for no reason. Like, oh well. Like, stuff happens. I don't know if there's a way to disable them. It doesn't sound like a problem. Like, if you don't like it and you can afford it, go get a new keyboard. Like, it shouldn't be a difficult decision. And if you can't afford it, then just deal with it. New here is mud as in sand physics? No, mud as in multi-user dungeon. Okay. So, tests. Test. The tile test, we can start here, I suppose. These should all still be good. We shouldn't have broken anything in here, I don't think. But we did. Okay. Invalid memory address no pointer dereference. Move via visible exit. Because let's our workspace is going to be a mess for a minute. That's fine. Let's take a looky look. Oh, no. Okay. I keep forgetting this. Tile and map are in the same package. It's going to be a thing that's in the game map test. That's what's going on. Okay. So move via visible exit. Our test map that we're creating here, new test map, all of that. It's going to be the what libraries are we working with? WebSocket, Go compare for testing, some of them, UUID, Mongo driver, and time. And then whatever dependencies they have, which is pretty minimal. It's going to be the cooldown thing. That's going to be the problem. this needs to make one for me. The thing with the lighting is that I like to have a normal color or no color, but sometimes using some keys when coding can disable colors or create some weird RGB, and also the keyboard doesn't function when colors are changed for some reason. Yeah, it sounds like you should fix it. Or get a new one. Don't know about GUI yet, just been doing random 3D stuff in Blender for a few years. Thinking of combining that with my CS degree and make something. Probably make a vehicle one. Cool. Get her done. Make it happen. Hello there. How are you? Welcome in. Broski, first time you have a question. How did you structure the core engine? Is it modular or more monolithic? In what regard? So I've got go-to for games in C++? No, that's incorrect. You need to pick your engine first, and then that's going to dictate what you write your code in. So if you're using Godot, you've got the option of C# and Godot script, or GD script, whatever they call it. If you're using Unity, you've got, I think, only C# these days. If you're using Unreal, you've got C++, a couple other different things. Godot has other bindings too, but those are like the supported ones. It varies widely. But architecture. Let me open architecture. This is a high-level look at things. So I have a character manager, which has characters. They send things into an orchestrator. This is currently called Game Manager. It has a world manager. That is a thing that deals with who is allowed to do what. And it has multiple... Well, it will have multiple maps. Right now it's only got the one. So, like, it's kind of modular in that these guys register with the orchestrator to say what sort of events do they pick up and handle. But it's not like you can just plug in anything to it. In terms of major subsystems like networking, game logic, and persistence, are those separate into two distinct module services or tightly coupled together? Well, character can be bound to by anything. The client manager handles the connection stuff through WebSockets. Persistence is not really implemented yet. I can save a character and that's about it. I don't want to implement persistence for them just yet because it makes it harder to test. But these guys have access to the database so they can write state to it and read it from. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, it's important to don't pick a language and then go look for an engine. Pick an engine that's going to be that's going to get what you want done, and then that'll inform your language choice unless you want to write your own engine. But it's important to think about what your goal is if you're going to do that. What is full form of MUD? It's a multi-user dungeon. But if you're asking about like microservices, no. It doesn't need microservices. To get back to the architecture answer. Thinks it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to push things' responsibilities off into their own. Like, they share a client pool for the database, which is fine, but they should be responsible for managing their own data, I think. I like to work in that way. Okay, so our test map, you need to give me a result tracker for both. No, you do give me a cooldown tracker. So it's not that. Okay, so then what's going on here? So far, I think he's modeling out the engine for the main game server, maintaining state and network process. Well, right now I'm working on the events that characters put into the system and how they handle it, because you have to, be able to tell your clients about what is going on. But like the diagram I just showed is reality for the most part. Let's see here. Character go 100. Oh, you don't have state? Notify occupants. Event queue, yes. Yeah, the game manager, orchestrator, whatever you want to call it, has an event queue, and it runs them on tick. Why do you not have... Test character is a new character. We don't give you a state. Okay, interesting. Okay. Because that would get set on unstow, I believe. So we got to be careful there. Yeah, manager and a roller, and then our applied statuses. I'm going with Unity, so C#. I don't think my 4060 can handle Unreal Engine. I don't understand why not. But, like, not to say that you should reconsider. I'm just like, that doesn't seem like it should be a blocker to me. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Unstow, that's where I was going with this. Yeah, so we don't ever unstow you. And we don't actually have a character manager to unstow you. That's a problem. We can create you. We might rethink that flow a little bit for the sake of testing. Because otherwise, it's problematic. And if we were to... If we were to create a new character in the sense of an NPC, we're going to have the same problem. And they're also going to lack a manager. Ugh, that sucks. So they won't be able to log things. Yeah, we need to move that out of character and give them their own logger for one. character manager. We could do it when we spawn them if they don't exist. That's in Game Manager, though. All right, we could give it to them in here. Creates a new character object with an ID and default settings. Oh, we did put a logger in the character already. That's right. So we'll need to go fix that. What do we still use manager for? We need to clean that up before this gets merged, but want to get this out of here. Like it's gonna create an extra thing, but I don't care, I don't think. Character manager lives in the same package. Like, this just doesn't make sense to have in here anymore. Things have moved on. We used to provide it... Well, hang on a second. The only place this is used is in the manager? In the manager, okay. Unstow. Convert him. That's why we put this in here. Okay. So... I need to clean this up. We can still do this for the default stuff. We fed that in anyway. I don't see a reason why this wouldn't still be valid. We can create a new one of those, no problem. And that, no problem. Yeah, that's going to take a little bit more thinking. Let me make myself a note here. Hang on one sec. We're going to snooze that ad break. We need to rethink this a little bit. I'm just going to chuck it into... This will be fine. I'll move it in a second. Character manager. need to rethink the unstow flow. It's currently hard to test. We have logic all over the place. Okay, you can come over here into server and just be up top. Thank you, GitHub. Love that little lag while it figures out if it wants to place it or not. But this should get us going for now, I think. Being able to at least run the tests. Okay? No, it didn't. Interesting. We've got a state, we got a roller, we've got applied statuses. State go 49. Because this needs to be the log. Okay. We're going to replace all of c.manager.log with c.log. That's cool. That's right. I forgot about that. Totally my bad. And I want to make sure... Yeah. Place all those as well. There we go. Okay, so we got failures. That's fine. We can fix those. Not panicking is a good step. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to commit this. Double check. That looks about right. We're going to commit this and say fix test panicking. Map test panicking due to lack of state and lack of manager to log within state. I'm going to push that up because it has been roughly 4 hours and I'm hungry for lunch. So I'm going to go make some lunch. But thank you to everybody who came to hang out. 1 second. Is the engine code open source? No, it is not. Not right now. My GitHub is in the link. I have some stuff that's open, but not this. But anyway, yeah, thank you to everybody who came to hang out with me. It was good to meet. Those of you who are new, good to see. Those of you who are returning friends. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of nonsense, come back on tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central, and I'll be here doing more of it, and I'd love to see you again. If not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway. I'll catch you some other time down the road.